Hello. Good evening. Good night, I think. Actually, it's past midnight here. How are you all doing, my darlings? I was actually very close to canceling the stream this evening because this is a silly reason as well. But like, I kind of like 2 hours ago was like, okay, yeah, I'm ready to stream. Let's do it. But then I had to wait for my mom and my stepfather to go to bed, and they usually go to bed around 11. But then it just takes them like a fucking hour to go to sleep. And then by the time it hit like maybe quarter to midnight, that's when they actually went to sleep. And I just kind of lost the motivation, honestly, just for sitting there, just waiting. Oh, hang on. My mom was not tracking. One moment, I forgot. But now I am here, so everything's good. I am here, time to be scared. Um, I have actually some cool news. There we go. I have actually been quite productive as well. So you know how I have the archive channel that was terribly not up to date? Well, it's still not up to date, but it's better. Speaking of the archive channel, if I can type. Speaking of the archive channel, basically we are only one whole year behind now instead of being a year and a half behind. So that's good news. um, I have made a huge dent in getting some of the old VODs uploaded, and throughout tomorrow, I hope to be able to upload the entire Lies of P playthrough we had last year, like literally a year ago. um, And then we have a single RuneScape video after that, and then a Hades 2 video, and then we're actually up to the Bloodborne model review. So yeah, we're slowly getting there. Slowly but surely. I'm making a huge dent into it. In other news, I have also hang on. I have also changed the timing a bit for the Resident Evil playthrough uploads. The entirety of Resident Evil 0 is already fully uploaded, and I'm working on getting the Resident Evil 1 playthrough up. Normally, I was uploading it at 4 p.m. Central European Summertime, aka 7 a.m. PDT, on Fridays and Saturdays, but I'm changing that to Fridays and Mondays because it felt a bit silly to me to upload like a video Friday and then also one Saturday and just not have anything for the rest of the week. It just seems silly to me. So we changed it up a bit. Friday is always a good and nice party day, I feel, and Monday's always a Monday sucks day, so hopefully I can brighten that a bit with a video. So yeah. Is there anything else I need to tell you about? I do not think so. Yeah, there will most likely not be a stream tomorrow night because I have to actually get up. Sorry, my cat's just looking at something and not sure what. But yeah, I actually have to get up fairly early Saturday morning do some family party thingy, which it's a bit annoying, but oh well. So yeah, no stream tomorrow night, sadly. I would love to, but sadly I can't. Unless it's like a super short stream or something, but yeah, probably not gonna happen. Saturday is uncertain, to say the least. Hopefully, but uncertain. Yeah, I think that's about it. So yeah, archive channels starting to get up to date. The Lies of P episodes are basically about to be uploaded tomorrow throughout the entire day, with like a couple of hours room between each upload. And yeah, then I hope to catch up on the VODs within next week, but it might take the next 2 weeks depending on how much you stream as well in between. But yeah, that's the small updates I wanted to have. I think without further ado, we can jump into a game if the game launches. Let's see. So today, let me kill the music. Boom. Get the audio. Hang on. Hopefully the game runs well and everything. I don't see why it shouldn't, but I don't know. But today we will be playing a game called Botany Manor, which is it's a puzzle game. I have watched a little bit of it, but it's been quite a while, and I do not even know whereabouts in the game that was at that point or anything, but yeah, I don't recall anything from that either. It should be a fairly straightforward puzzle game, I believe, but I just kind of wanted something chill. 1890. It's very bright in here. Tea. That's so nice and fancy mosaic windows. Lady Arabella, that's close enough to my name, I guess. We're so happy to have you back at Botany Manor. I hope you had a lovely trip. In your absence, I'm afraid some things in the manor have deteriorated, though I can assure we tried our best to keep things in order. I hope it doesn't affect your research too much today, Bennett. Ah, this also takes so that's nice. Nothing on the backside, okay. But yeah, it's kind of like a puzzle adventure game, a bit akin to The Witness, I believe. Purple Green, Botany Manor, Somerset. What's in the parcel? Forgotten Flora, a herbarium by me. Mayflower Publishing House. Dear Arabella Green, thank you once again for submitting your book proposal, Forgotten Flora. Please send this empty herbarium back to us once you have completed your research, and we'll be in touch with a potential offer. Sincerely, Mayflower Publishing House. Okay, so there's actually quite a lot. I accidentally closed it. Where do I get it again? Okay. So there's already quite a few things, a few chapters. And like 4 zones to be in? Interesting. Ah yes. It's a very magnificent book. Okay. I guess we just have to go explore. Hang on, I think I might have to change the, if possible, change the brightness a bit, because it seems a bit strange, I think. Camera accessibility. I do not know. Oh well. Okay, so we have some seeds. Oopsies. Oh, I like how it just kind of like appeared, like the way it appears. Why is the book just kind of like to the side? Okay, there you go. Windmill Ward, Anemone Fibra. I want to create a windmill worth to filter the smoky air. Okay, the smoky air is actually on purpose. I see. in my conservatory, but I'll need to research its temperature requirements first. Okay, so we need to figure out how do we plant this. There's a thing here. Potting instructions. Place pot on saucer. Add soil to pot. Plant the seed. Water the seed. Take pot. Put on saucer. Add soil. Plant seed. Plant seed. Oh. Hang on. Can I? Ah. Like that, I see. And then water. Now, what do we do with this? I think we need to figure out the temperature requirements for it or something. Where do we even put the plant? Like, where's the flower supposed to go? Hang on, I just realized I have forgotten to skeed. Hang on. Hang on. I never know what to write in these, but I'll just write something, I guess. I should really learn how to do this before we start the game and everything. Vampire learns how to garden. Wait, no, how do plants even work? Yeah, that's a good... Yeah, I guess. How do plants even work? Live with Botany. Manor, there we go. I should certainly figure out how to do all these things, like, proper, or do them in the background while I'm just chatting or something like that. Hang on. Also posted in Discord. There we go. Speaking of my Discord, there should be a link here to join it if you want. Alright, back to Botany Manor. Wildflowers. Windmillworth, that's the one we want to plant, is a volcanic flower. There's also the checkered lily, which is a meadow flower, a sword lily, which is woodlands, and daffodil, which is grasslands. We can zoom, but we can't really move. Okay, it says volcanic flower. Important clues get added to the herbarium where you can assign them to plants. If you're stuck, tracking clues can help you organize and validate your research. That makes sense. Ah, okay, so... Wait. So, volcanic flowers. Spain, Portugal, France, Greece, Sicily, and Morocco. And it's a volcanic flower, so somewhere between 45 Celsius and 60. Where even are we? Temperature chart. But there must be another clue somewhere else. Ah, we have this thing. Up to 45 and just see. Oh, we can put it here, I guess. Postcard from Marianne. Dear Lady... dearest Arabella, on my hike I came across the windmill worth, a flower that only grows in Sicily. Some locals told me that the flower has air purifying qualities, but due to its bespoke temperature requirements, the plant rarely blooms. Maybe the flower could help with the smog pollution in your conservatory? Your friend and peer, Marianne. That's nice. Okay, Sicily is in... Italy, kinda, I think. Somerset falls victim to industrial smog. I can barely see. Horse bus drivers refuse to work in these conditions. Understandable. Okay, so Sicily, that's Italy, I think, right? Oh, it actually just has a straight up Sicily. So we need to be 60 degrees. Okay. Let's pump the heater up to 60. And we do the heat vent. That's a cute little wind. Behold, our first flower. Fog is clearing. Nice. The windmill worth naturally grows in volcanic soil, which is what requires a cell temperature of 60 degrees Celsius. The pot contains an air purifying quality, so the flower can filter this environment from dense smog. That kind of makes sense if it's volcanic, that it can do that. It's a nice little well. Pond. Well, not quite sure. Ooh, what's this? Drawing from nature. Doesn't appear that we can open it. I like the art style. It's not quite low poly, but it's very simplistic. The music's also rather chill. Love that. Oh. Is that the Manor? We can't take the ladder by the looks of it. This kind of looks like maybe the entrance to the entire manor. Yeah. Oh, of the Green family. I'm currently busy researching. Please leave all the ruins in the gatehouse and ring the bell. Yeah, that sounds like something I would put up. I like the key. Entrance garden key. Ding dong. Okay, you can actually run, that's nice. This is a nice looking garden. A nice little fountain in the courtyard. Sleeper, how are you doing? Welcome in. That's doing fine. I'm just chilling with trying to trying to how to plant. I don't know how to plant. All I know is that it's very green. I found bench. What have you been up to, Sleeper? What's this door? It's locked from the other side. What is this, Dark Souls? So you usually use your hands, a shovel, and some water when you plant things? Huh. You know, that kind of sounds like a very good idea. Alright, let's see. Probably have to head inside. Goose! No, it's a duck! Close enough. But yeah, I just kind of wanted a chill puzzle game, and this seems like a puzzle game, and it's also seem very chill, so it's perfect. My dearest Arabella, I hope this letter finds you well as you set off for London on your important trip. The thought of you in the bustling city, working on your ambition, both excites and worries me. Time has indeed passed, and yet your determination for your field remains inspiring to me. I never imagined all those years ago that we would be writing to each other in our 5th decade about such endeavors. I look forward to hearing about your progress, and of course, let me know how I can be of assistance upon your return. Your loving sister, Elizabeth. Oh, wait. Is there something on the... Ah, we just continue. Okay. Watching some Blue Period. What's that about? It's about art and self-reflection. That sounds like a very good topic. Might have to check that out. Survivors of Adversity. Adversity, close enough. You also played some Might Simon Portia. That name does ring a bell. I don't think I played it myself, but... Look, family tree. I doubt this is important to our plants. I'm pleased to let you know that your family tree is complete, carefully tracing the history of your lineage. As for your request, I have altered the customary presentation, now displaying the maiden names of the ladies in your family rather than the current names acquired through marriage. Should you require any further adjustments or have additional inquiries, I remain at your service. Robert Hinchley. So we do have quite a lot of like... This would be a pretty well upstanding family, I guess. Oh. To London Paddington. I've been at the Paddington station in London. It's a rather big station, actually. Use you for return journey, first class. Elderly discount applied. I did not apply for that, unfortunately. Nothing on the back side. I've done the same when I was a kid. Oh, we have some camera experiments. Let's see. Experiment 2. Camera experiment number 1. I purchased a new camera and flash lamp to document my flowers. The picture looks a little blurry though. I'll have to investigate the camera settings. Yeah, it's a bit blurry. I'm very pleased with this picture. Looks like I'm getting the hang of the camera. The picture is so dark, impossible to see the flowers. I can't believe how quickly I run out of that incredibly expensive flash powder. Rip. What's this? Oh, we got seeds for the fulguriate plant. Wait, what's the matter in Portia about? Look, that's our parents. More all the year round. Home to breathtaking sights. The Dartmoor line. That must be the train line we're taking, I guess. Pyrophiles. Fire has the potential to be among the most devastating forces of nature. Despite this, humans have developed the ability to invent, wield, and attempt to manage it. I think attempt is kind of the key word there. Meanwhile, certain species in the plant kingdom have evolved to adapt and flourish in the face of fire. In areas where forest fires occur frequently, pyrophiles have learned to rely on fire as a crucial part of their life cycle. Facts about pyrophiles. Number 1, the seeds typically possess tough shells. Number 2, some pyrophiles only bloom when surrounded by smoke aromas from their natural habitat. And that's it. The doors are locked. Damn it, we can't go to the kitchen. Can't get any tea. Is this a fake tree or is it like just an old withered tree that's been painted on? Let's see, we need to put some soil in the pot. Then the Fulgaria in it, then we water it. Then I don't really know what we do with it. There's just something about fire. And here's fire. Right, there's an upstairs as well. A combination. Just library. Ah, I thought that it's not locked. It is blocked by the tree. Clearly we have to burn the entire house down to open that door. Yeah, that must be it. Alright, let's go back down then. Wait, is this door open? Aha! We can do some chemistry apparently. Don't know what we're going to be mixing though. More fire. Can I ring the bell? I cannot. Portia is a cute 3D third-person level game where you get a workshop and you compete against others. That's interesting. The game is friendship, dating, and minigame mechanics. It just feels different. Wait, how do you compete against others then? Like, I mean, is it single player or multiplayer compete against others? Just feels different, refreshing while not being too far off from normal farming sims. That's nice. Oh, and the craftsmanship is the main focus on, and not the farming. That's cool. Because I feel like, as much as I love Stardew Valley, for instance, I kind of feel like, uh, okay, so you compete against other NPCs and say, I see, I see, makes sense. But like, as much as I love Stardew Valley, I kind of wish there was. I mean, don't get me wrong, there definitely is more to it than just farming and just the dating sim part of it. But I kind of feel like there was a bit more use for the crops you made, other than just giving out gifts. Um, I really want to check out a game called Chef RPG at some point soon, eventually, which I think is fairly Stardew inspired, but you know, the whole chef things means that you also have to run a restaurant. So yeah. Some ancient Celtic tribes practiced a coming of age ritual. This meant that when someone was considered old enough, it was time to prove themselves worthy of staying in the tribe. One of those rituals involved picking a flower in the woods, though not just any flower, of course. The gatherer had to find a fulguria, but this flower is known to only bloom during thunderstorms. Keeping a cool head while lightning flashes were striking left and right of you was considered the ultimate test of courage. There's a thin line between courage and foolhardiness. So, does that mean we have to kind of make a fake lightning strike or something to get this plant to bloom? Key. Water bacterias. These past weeks I have been seeing a lot of bright flashes. Like, I can't really read that. One moment. There you go. These past weeks I have been seeing a lot of bright flashes coming from the back room of your house. It scares my cow immensely, as they think a storm must be coming. Interesting. My milk production has taken a hit because of this, and if you enjoy fresh milk in your morning cup of tea, I would advise you to keep the flashes to a minimum. Okay. This flash powder. That was the expensive stuff, but it's also empty. Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a while since I last played Stardew. Kind of for the same reason, though, just kind of got... like, felt like I was missing an objective, in a sense. Wait, hang on, we need to put this here. So the question is it, like, the flash from the lightning that causes the flowers to bloom, or the actual lightning itself? We just jumped over the sofa couch chair thingy. What's this? Oh, that's Arazeena sister. Oh, maybe an electric flower. I don't know. Now we can't do things to the back terrace, but I don't recall where the back terrace actually is. Was it over here, perhaps? I do not recall. I think we have a map though. Now, where's the back terrace? I do not see it. Number 6. Oh, okay, so it's behind the manor. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see if it is an electric flower. I think that's part of the mystery about this game, is to figure out what kind of flower is it. Not here. uh oh, I just had a thought. I think I know what we need to do. We need to mix the flash powder ourselves, and we can check the ingredients on the bottle. Like at the empty bottle. That's my guess, at least. There might be another plant out here, though. Fish. Sandwich. Do you think that's a tuna sandwich, perhaps? I could go for a tuna sandwich. Flowering plants, off Great Britain. But yeah, I just kind of feel like Stardew Valley eventually you just kind of reach a point where you're just pretty much just self-sufficient in everything, and ash plume. Hang on, I'll get back on topic in a moment. A summary of seeds I've gathered this year and the location I found them at. Cow parsley, Blackdown Hills, Puppy, Cheddar Gorge, Buttercups, Starved Marshes, Ash Bloom, Wistman Woods, that's where we found the thing we just found. Wood Anemone, Halford Comb, Wild Vine, Coldburn Wood, and Foxglove in Fort Abbey. Okay, so Wistman Wood is something important, apparently. My dear friend Arabella, a friend of mine visited the Americas and brought back a pair of fabulous grey squirrels. Squirrel! They had latest trend in the garden decoration. All of my neighbors have sent for them as well. What do you mean garden decoration? That's animals. It was a great investment the two squirrels have now. Start a big family and my garden is full of the darling little critters. One thing I did notice is that I haven't seen a red squirrel in my garden for some time now. How odd. You must visit soon and see the squirrels for yourself. Ever yours, Grace. Do they scare off the red squirrels, perhaps? Was that a waterfall? It's definitely a river. Thirsty. You might broken nut in mortar. That boy really needs to learn how to grind spices without breaking down my kitchen. Lady Arabella may not be best pleased with me asking for a new one. The last monster took years to be sorted. She's so scatterbrained, always up to her fancy research trips. Scatterbrained, that's like me. Because I already forgot I was about to talk about Stardew Valley. Shopping list. Flour, eggs, milk, leeks, potatoes, carrots, okay. And the kitchen key. Okay. But yeah, Stardew, I kind of feel like it's very nice as long as you kind of have the challenges of trying to just be able to afford things and try to make enough money to afford things. So like maybe the first year and a half, something like that. Maybe just in the first year, to be honest, but the first year and a half or something like that. It kind of feels... That's when the interesting thing and the challenges and such, I feel. But after that, it's just kind of like, well, what now? you can complete the community center or the JoJo Mart thing, I guess, but what comes after that, in a sense? And to just kind of sell all of your crops, so it's just kind of like, Oh, sorry. you just kind of sell off your crops instead of actually having to use them for anything. By that time, you probably also ended up finishing the it was called finishing up the mines as well, more or less, and such. So it's just kind of like, what more is it to do at that point? I had kind of been toying with a game a bit akin to, like, very much Stardew Valley inspired, but kind of like a bit like Call of Lamp Twist as well, of having to go into dungeons and such. But the whole Stardew part comes from you still having that city to go around and mingle with people, and the whole farming part is to partially make money, of course, but also to, you know, do some alchemy. So yeah. You hoarded your crops in your first place because thought you had more use for it. Yeah, same. Potassium and magnesium in 2-to-1 ratio. Let's see. Potassium. One, two, and then it was magnesium, right? That's disposal. I guess we just shake it. Oh. So I guess we pour it on this. And then we put this down. Oh. That's right. Witchcraft! We did it! I came across the Fulguria when I was caught in a terrible something. Sorry. The Fulguria only grows during thunderstorms. Well, clearly that is proven not true. When the flashes of lightning provides the bright light the flowers needs to bloom. Because of its dangerous growing conditions, not many people have witnessed its beauty. Well, we managed to do it without actually lightning, so clearly that must be witchcraft. Where do we put it though? Do we have to put it somewhere? Yes, we just put it there for now. Yeah, they do kind of look like lightning. The branches. You're right. I think the creators of Stardew are working on a game called Witchbrook. I believe that's the name of the creator. If it's not, then sorry. But it's very much like it's very much inspired by, like, I mean, it's the same creator then of Stardew, if I'm correct. So it's kind of like Stardew, but with more witchcraft focus. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, there's the broken mortar. It is broken. The history of Dartmoor. It's kind of like a lecture. Dartmoor was once covered in majestic forests and woods. How early settlers came to the area and cleared most of the trees for pasture, using fire as their method of choice. It promises to be a fascinating story of how the moorland we know and love today came into existence. Next lecturers, new members, none. Rip. Which point do you start considering to plant a tree? Well, that's a good question. I don't know. This a mysterious symbol and some scales. Well, we definitely need to wait something, but what? Could it be something like that opens the mysterious symbol or something, maybe? I do not know. Ah. Hazel's priceless recipes. For the home farm workshop on every department of human endeavor. Roasted chestnuts. This is a simple recipe perfect to warm these cold winter nights. You can use any edible chestnut that are easily foraged. The main difficulty with chestnut is that they have a tough shell, but luckily they're easy to crack open with the help of fire. Simply place the nuts in a pan over the fire and wait until you hear a pop. This means that the chestnuts are nicely roasted and ready to eat. Where's the chestnuts? Some kindling, apparently. We received your letter applying to study botany at the College of Natural Sciences, along with your enclosed drawings. We do not present and have never admitted women to study at the college. That's bullshit. Botany is a serious science conducted in laboratories and lecture halls. By all means, continue to pursue your hobby, tending to a garden, and domestic space where it may be appreciated. Professors and college serve for serious scholars whose studies will go on to be well utilized in the career of botanical experimentation. Therefore, with all politeness, we do not offer these valuable positions to amateurs that should otherwise be taken up by genuine academics. Signed, a douchebag. Okay. I understand why this is called kindling now. Well, there's the pan. I need to find some chestnuts. Is this a pantry? It is not a pantry. Mostly duck. And that feels like the ducks are a collectible. The ancient oak stands tall in the Whitman Woods. I read about Whitman Woods earlier. Covered in moss, they withstood the test of time, though none can tell the sorrows that did befell those trees in Whitman Woods. It's a poem. To someone special. Dearest Hazel, I picked you some roses from the garden to cheer you up. When you're done with your work in the kitchen, would you like to meet me for a cup of tea in the back garden? The pond is loved this time of year. Wrong regards, Mr. Bennett. There's a lot of small tidbits just around here. Oak, maple, cherry, and birch. I know there's trees from Burnscape. See, a smokery. Yeah, that's a lot of meat. Actually, it's not a whole lot, but look at chunk. And some smoked food. What do we use that for, though? Wait, do we maybe have to put plant on this? Yeah, 2 weeks worth of wheat for meat. Sounds about right, maybe. Something like that, at least. Oh, thing. Home smoking and curing. Using the home smokery. The type of wood to use in your smokery is of great importance, though which ones to pick depends entirely on your personal taste and preference. Burning wood from different types of trees produces different smoke aromas. This is stews with different chemical compositions in each type of smoke and has a great impact on the flavor of your smoked food. So, in summary, choose your woodlocks with care. Okay, I guess. I think it's actually kind of interesting though, how one might just look at a tree and think this is just a tree, then they look at a different tree and like, oh, this is just a different tree. But they actually have different aromas and such, which is kind of cool. Anyway, where's the chestnut? What's this? A religious blessing. I cannot read that because vampire and religion go boom. How does we put this on? I do not know. I feel like we had a few things around here, and soil, we had the ash plume, with some water in it. Let me just check my book actually. Oh, let me just add the things. Oh, now we actually have a bit of an issue because we have a lot of clues. I do not recall which one actually fits to which plant. Presumably it might be... I think the Daffodil poster. Flash powder bottle, paraphiles, postcard, nope. If it's the bias when you have so many clues, restart the game completely. I mean, that's one way to go about it. Hang on, I don't even know what it does to add in all the clues. Let's see. Ah. Let's give some sort of finishing to it, I guess. I mean, was the Pyrophiles about this one then? I don't think it is. Hang on. The completionist in me wants to know this. Let's see. We have the photographs. Not up here. We have the folklore book. We have the magnesium bottle. Not sure about the letter from a farmer too. Another thing, when in doubt, just try them all. It must be a letter from a farmer then. Am I maybe missing a clue that I just pick it out by myself? I do not know anymore. Am I too smart? Your new low-end physiographic flash. Yeah, I didn't see this one before. That's probably Yeah, fill the flash across container, press the button, witness a bright flash. Spectacles. Okay, so instead of the Darth Maul poster, it would have to be the... There we go. Okay. So now we have the ash plume. We just fill in everything. We do! That was easy. I don't know what that does though. Because I don't know how to actually review the clues apart from, you know, finding them again. Okay, we need the ash plume. Did I add some water? I probably did. Something about chestnuts as well. Something about the smokery. I'll place that here. Not sure what that has to do with anything. I don't suppose we can put it here. Ah! Not sure what to do with that though. Do we then put it in here? Maybe try some different words? I don't know. I should probably try to figure it out instead of just brute forcing. Oak, maple, cherry, birch. Let's just go look at the posters again. The ancient oaks. It's talking about oaks into Wistman's Wood. And the Wistman's Wood is where we found the ash plume thingy. So presumably an oak log? Aha! We did it! The ash plume is a pyrophile evolved to survive harsh forest fires. Its seeds cracks open with extreme heat, and afterwards the oak smoke from its outset indicates safe to bloom. Interesting. Oh shit. Somehow the bell from the gatehouse really gave me a jump scare. How do I get a jump scare in this game? Got a puzzle. Gotta run. But yeah, the thing is, like, when it comes to puzzles in not necessarily just games, but just puzzles in general, I mean, you can always try to brute force things, of course, but personally I just kind of prefer to... I think this must be new. But I just kind of personally prefer to be able to explain and deduce the solution. Let's see, so we get the orchard key. Dear Lady Green, we are pleased to deliver a new key for your orchard gate. We hope you're enjoying the gate. Don't hesitate to visit us again should you need further metalwork or decorations for the manor. John Babbage. Not Cabbage. Babbage. No, it's the orchard. Well, it's not in here. And that was blocked by the tree. Then there's a kitchen. Painting room. Blocked from the other side. Could it be over here then? Nope. That's the formal garden. This door? Locked from the other side. Huh. I am lost. I'm lost in my own manor. I haven't solved the time. Alright, let's take a look at the map. Number 5. It should be out by the kitchen. Like, there should be a door over here, something. I do not know how to read maps, apparently. Well, definitely not in here. Could be a door here, then. Aha! Found it. Peculiar petals. Yeah, speaking of puzzles and deducing the answers and such, I really love to do like very, very hard variant Sudokus. I wouldn't say guilty pleasure because I don't feel guilty about it, but it's definitely a pleasure of mine. There's a YouTube channel called Cracking the Cryptic that does, I mean, way harder than I can even hope to solve at the moment, but occasionally they do have some puzzles, like some Sudoku puzzles that they post in the channel and I can actually solve them. I like in twice the time that they use, but that's a minor detail. It's about completing it. But it brings me great joy to do puzzles. Dear niece, I've gathered a selection of my cherished toys and books, and among them, my beloved Piggy. I highly recommend the nursery rhymes. They are charming as well as educational. Though I'll take no offense should they put your little one straight to sleep. With all my affections, Auntie Arabella. You like Sudoku when it's not difficult? Yeah, I like Sudoku when it is difficult. The Wolf Glove. High on the mountain top so steep grows a flower that's hard to keep. Its petals, delicate and bright, whistling in the wind with all their might. The mountaineers who climb up high listen for the whistles as they try to find their way amidst the snow to reach the summit, cheeks aglow. With every step they hear it loud, the wolf's claws howl, clear and proud, guiding them through paths unknown to reach the summit and call it home. Oh, something about howling on top of a mountain, I guess. So, let me just try to decipher this nursery rhyme. There's a flower that grows on top of the mountain. Delicate and bright. That's the flower. Uh, Something about snow? Potentially the flower needs cold? Hmm. I don't know. Apple. We need to find the seeds as well. What's this? I mean, it's tall, obviously. Uh, the Harris's Orchard. A preservation of endangered apple varieties. This is kind of like a press of some sort, but what are we supposed to be pressing? How often do we see naturally blue things? I mean, some flowers are blue. I can't name them because I do not know a lot about flowers, honestly. But some flowers are blue. Some birds are blue. The sky, obviously. The sea. Just water in general. So fairly often will be my answer then. Considering the sky and the sea. Cider apples. Merlin's Mist. That sounds like that will brew a magic powering cider apple. Okay, we don't even know what we're trying to grow here, so let's not throw these away. That will come in handy later. Some more apples. I think the first step is to find the seeds for the apple and figure out which apple we're even trying to trying to grow. This Red Champion sketch. It's like a what's it called cell. Yeah, microscopes. Like yeah, cells of some sort. Oh. Oh wait, hang on. Primrose, hyacinth. So these like the different apples. Tincture of iodine. Perfect for repairing microscope slides. Chloroplast. In the world of plants, the sun is the ultimate source of energy. And that's probably the reason why I'm not that much into gardening in real life. I mean, I guess I could tend to the flowers at night and just let them do the sun thing when I sleep. Chloroplast, small organelles inside the cells of plants, are responsible for capturing the light from the sun and converting it into sugar through photosynthesis. Photosynthesis. Ah, I can't speak that word. However, not all plants have chloroplast. Some plants rely on organic matter for their energy and do not photosynthesize. They have lost their chloroplast over time and have instead adapted to obtaining energy by absorbing sugars through their roots. It is therefore recommended to add a certain amount of sugar to the soil when cultivating these particular plants. Okay, so we need to figure out, first of all, which plant are we actually planting, and then we need to figure out how much sugar do we need to help it grow. Bit on week. Illustrated History of England. Priest holes. Back in the Middle Ages, during the reign of Queen Elizabeth, all Catholics were persecuted by law. Therefore, some households built secret rooms in case they needed to hide a priest that was visiting their family home. Many of these so-called priest holes were designed and built by Nicholas Owen. Only the owner of the house and Nicholas themselves knew about the location. Because of this, it is thought that there may be many undiscovered priest holes throughout England to this day. Huh, interesting. Willow Lodge Throne Park. Thank you for inviting me to Botany Manor last Monday. As a historian, I found it wonderful to see an authentic medieval manor, especially one as beautiful as yours. Oh, thank you. I apologize again for not being able to locate the priest hole in your house, although I am convinced it exists and we will find it one day. It won't be easy, they tend to be hidden well and sometimes require elaborate mechanisms to be opened. Professor Pennyworth. So kind of want to find the priest hole in our manor, apparently. I received a request for repairs to the roof of your garden tower. Alas, I must confess that I am not the man to undertake this task. It may have escaped our notice that the tower in your orchard is known to locals as the Turbulent Tower. It is believed that a poltergeist dwells within its walls. That might be an issue. Legends say that the spirit is evil and brings ferocious winds upon anyone who dares enter the tower. I don't want to provoke the wrath of this ghost, and I advise you to refrain from meddling with the tower. Willie the Builder. So the gun tower roof is broken. They do not want to fix it, apparently. Is it that tower? Ah, that tower. That's enough. Let's do that up here. Okay, we have a shortcut here. Yeah, shortcut unlocked. Nice. Dearest Arabella, we made it to the Alps. We are so sad that you couldn't join us this time, but we understand you are busy creating your herbarium. Yesterday we were lost on a hike until suddenly we heard a strange whistling tune. Followed this sound soon enough we discovered it was coming from a tiny flower. If only had been until what kind of flower it was. We will find out. It's just the envelope. We still need to find the seeds though. Oh. Hang on. The seeds are there. And I have that there. That must be the other side of the kitchen. Alpine exploration. Something about a lot of different wind speed and pressures for different mountains. Wait, hang on. It was from the Alps they had found the flower, right? Yeah, the Alps they found the flower. Okay. You can see the staircase of the orange collapsed in your absence. I've already written to the builder and hope he wants to sort it out. Though as you know, he can't be difficult to pin down. I too apologize getting in the way for research. I don't suppose you can find another way into the bottom level. I can. I just need to figure out how to actually open it, but... I mean... Could also just... carefully get down there and then use the wooden planks there as a bridge, but... I think we're kind of playing as a... like, as a woman in her 60s, maybe even pushing 70s, so maybe not a good idea. Okay, so there's something about how you open the windows that changes the wind speed on certain floors. And I need to figure out the wind speed we need in the Alps. I do not see the Alps here, actually. Mount Whitestone sounds familiar, though. I do not know. A broken anemometer. Everything's broken around here, I feel. Alright, but we need to get the seeds first and foremost before we can do anything else. To get to the seeds, we need to get to the kitchen. Hey, what's this? How are you getting on in your garden? I hope it's not getting too much for you on your own these days. Our mutual friend mentioned you have been struggling to germinate the ash plume. I have not. I have succeeded. Have you tried making sure there's a fresh compost in the pot? Some seeds often need that to grow. I'll miss you some time, and perhaps I can find a way to crack the seed for you. I can show you the book I've been working on at the same time. Sincerely yours, Charles Tucker. We already solved that. Haha. Wait, wasn't this small shit here? Some seeds. Or pixie tears. Note on soil additives. Sometimes I need to add extra nutrition to the soil. I found the following amounts to work best with my different pots. Okay. There's a lot of things to remember in this game. Okay, let's see. We need to plant the pixie tears. To do that... Hang on. We found something about the pixie tears needing... Let's just add all the orchard and then the cider garden things. There we go. But I don't really understand, like, am I supposed to be able to, like, look at the clothes from here? First we add some soil, then we plant the pixie tears, then we add some water, and then I think I actually used the wrong pot for this. But we will have to put it here, and then we need to do something. Right, we need to figure out how much we need to add to the... Okay, so my thought process here is we need to crush some apples. So to do that, we need to figure out how much does the pixie tears need. Then we need to find the appropriate pot for it. And then we need to figure out which apples to crush for it. Okay. Hang on. Oh, that's way too far. Hang on. I think peculiar petals. I kind of wish I could, like, view... Can I even use my mouse, perhaps? Can't even see my mouse cursor. I was just wondering if I could, like, look at the... Like, look at these... I mean, we might have to look at the one over here, since that's one of the clues. Now, where's the pixie tears? Pixie tears. I have absolutely no idea what I'm looking at here. uh... Now, what does any of this mean? Oh, right. So presumably I would think that the green dots would be the chloroplast. But as we can see in the pixie tears, there is no chloroplast in it. Therefore, it needs nutrition not from the sun, but from sugar. We already knew that though. I mean, all these parts are the same by the looks of it. So, therefore, we would need to add sugar. So we need to press the apples. We need to figure out which apples to press. I already knew that though. Yes, it's just telling you which apple is which. So we can cross-check with that. But I don't quite know where to figure out how much I need to put in. Was there like a note or something here? That's for the wolf glove too, that's not useful. So, based on the parts, I mean, it would then be 97 grams, I think, based on, isn't it this part? It is. So it needs to add 97 grams of sugar, I think. Do we have to do maps then? I am not prepared to do maps right now. Hang on. It is definitely that type of flower pot. So 97. But then the question is like, well, what if we had just chosen another pot? Would that then change anything? I didn't have a note here, I think. Not to say anything about the... they've lost the chloroplast over time and have instead adapted to obtaining energy by absorbing sugars through their roots. It's therefore recommended to add a certain amount of sugar to the soil when cultivating these plants. So we need to add 97 grams of sugar, if I am not mistaken. But I'm not quite sure what the tannins and acids would do. Also, my maths is not mathing right here. Yes, I mean, the Merlin's Mist has 27. But it's high in tannins and acids. Do we have kind of like a... how to crush things note? Like, do they all need to be low or something? Do they all have to be high? I have no idea. See the pot notes, the microscope slides, check. Cider apples, check. Chloroplast book, check. App blending? I don't know. Let's see, we start by taking a knobby russet. That's the yellow one with kind of moldy spots on it. This one. That's 40. So if we add the dab in it and the brown snout, maybe. Dab in it, that's the peach-like thingy. Not this one. This one is the dab in it, and then what was the other one I said? The brown snout, because then that's 40, 26, and 31. According to my maths, that should be 97. So brown snout. That's the yellow one with brown at the bottom. So this one. Well, let's see. I was totally overthinking this. Oh! Look at that! The Pixie no longer contains chloroplasts, which are organelles responsible for photosynthesis. Instead, the pixie tears obtains sugar through their roots, which is commonly finds in the apples from orchards. Yeah. It's kind of cute. Actually reminds me, the Ash. No, no. That would have been in the smokery, yeah. Okay, we need to figure out about the foxglove now. First and foremost, we need to get the seeds. I don't know, this way maybe? Which means we need to figure out how to get into this room. I have no idea what we're actually supposed to add this up to. Hang on. Not in his room, right? Twice. So there's one clue we're missing, and the seed location is in the orangery, which is the room we cannot enter until we figure out how to actually do that puzzle. We did unlock the painting room. Let's try to see what we have in here. Meadow Orchids Research Team 1862. We're part of that team. Do you have a screen? Your research proposal on the structure of coastal plants was a quaint interest. We have no plans to fund a small project like this. But perhaps if you are set on botanical fieldwork, you might assist Professor Montague in his work on British meadow orchids. Apparently we did that. I'm sure your natural aptitude for domestic duties will be much appreciated. Might I also recommend John Dinley's books Ladies' Botany or A Familiar Introduction to the Study of the Natural System of Botany. As an elementary book for unscientific readers, and one I have heard is suitable amusement for ladies such as yourself, being about a mother who wishes to teach her children about plants. What is this? Why is this book like this game so much about like, oh, women and planting is bad, apparently? I understand that it's like 1890 and there's probably some kind of like society commentary on that, I guess, but... Oh, note about the scale. I was wondering if I could join Mr. Bennett into town later this afternoon to place and order the new kitchen scale. The one we have is rather ancient and I'm afraid it's not suitable for measuring flour to make my delicious scones. You could let me know your decisions before the afternoon, that'd be lovely. Symbology. A study where the discerning reader will find a history of the use of religious and folkloric symbols throughout the art of the world. Published by Edwards Co-Publishing and Supply Company, Museum Street, London. Triskelion, Neolithic, Taijutsu, Taoism, Star and Crescent, Islam, Wheel and Dharma, Buddhism, Star of David, Judaism, Agnus Dei, Catholicism, Ik Onkar, Sikhism, and Om, Hinduism. Oh, so the symbol that we have to wait is the Agnus Dei. Agnus Dei? I don't know. That's a nice painting. Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to even understand the layout of the map. Where's the kitchen? Oh, right, over there, low floor. So it says we have a pantry. Yeah, but it doesn't specify anything about there being a secret door from the pantry, though. Which is kind of what I would have expected it to. Wait, hang on. Would that then mean that what we're trying to find is the I was about to say the witch hole, the priest hole? Is that what we're trying to find? Was there then any notes about the weight of that? Not there. See, the note about the priest hole thingy. Doesn't say anything about weight. So yeah, we definitely need to figure out how to unlock the priest hole. Wait a second. So the door is here on this side. But it's also here. Hang on. Wait, does it actually turn? It doesn't turn, right? Not that. See, the issue is just that I don't really know what we're trying to measure. Unless we could, like, take this out and figure out how much it weighs or something like that. Although, I'm not quite certain what exactly we need that info for. Maybe we missed something in the painting room. Oh. My dearest Arabella and Gardens fair, your grace has seen a flower rare. Your presence beams with radiant light, a lily's charms so pure and white. Your hands like petals soft and fine, a tender touch, a love divine. In your eyes the brilliance glows, as Stacy's fair in spring's repose. Oh, how I long to have you near, to cherish you, my heart sincere. Like roses freshly caught you be, the trophy of my home with glee. We have discarded this poem apparently. Not like that suitor, it would seem. That's just a book. So we have the Agnes Day symbol There's something about the scale. Something here about... I feel like this is probably just some... Unless... 1862... Hang on. Unless that's a clue. Let's see. 1... 8... 6... Oh. 1862. That didn't do Scooby-Doo. That would also have been kind of wild if that had been the case. Duck. Is there potentially another way in then? Like if we go down here. Well, it's not up here, so... I mean, I feel like we definitely need a clue somewhere, but I have no idea where that would even be. Let's just double check the area out here. I don't think I checked that proper. There's a book, that's a bench. Can we go up there? Oh, 1593 might be the code. The construction year. 15... 93. I think we found the priest hole. Wait. Why are all these torches lit? My dear Lord Grain, thou hast ventured mightily in granting me refuge within these walls, and for such favour I remain eternally indebted to thee. The cunning of Little John in his establishment of this sanctuary doth inspire awe. A saint he is to our brethren and sister who has sought refuge from the harsh rule of Queen Elizabeth and King James. Pray extend my gratitude unto thy cook for the sustenance provided, and a welcome respite from Brother Michael's oft-repeated fare of leeks and potatoes. With the most earnest of thanks, I entreat with this missive shall not mark our final communion, and that our faith may endure unbroken. Yours with devotion, R. Blount. Ducks are definitely some sort of collectible. There we go, we got the Wolf Club seeds. Now we're figuring out how to put these. Mount Ventoux, Ben Levay, Crystal Palace, Tiger. Today marks the beginning of an intriguing adventure as I join Professor John Montague, his wife Anne Montague, and fellow botanist Robert Brown on our trip. So on a field trip study British meadow orchids, everyone's enthusiasm for the topic is infectious. Today Professor Montague got all of us to examine a southern marsh orchid. They were vulnerable. I noticed it had much more hooded appearance and could be a new species entirely. When I pointed this out, Professor Montague laughed and explained he was simply testing us. Huh. Interesting. Oh, we can actually repair the stairs like that. Just as I suggested. Lady Mountaineers Club. Wait, would that mean we've actually been doing a lot of mountaineering? If we have all of these. Oh. The Society for Botanical Science meets every second and fourth Wednesday from 6 o'clock at the Assembly Rooms in Stroud. A prospective appliance must be supported by pre-existing fellows of the Society, along with the evidence of or research showing his dedication to the advancement of the science of botany. Winners of existing fellows receive honorary membership to attend annual social events. This month's lecture is on the importance of laboratory investigation. Annual book sale, publishers and collectors are invited to download book and periodical sales to be held out somewhere. It's an old advert, probably not valid anymore then. Let's see, we have the final clue. Coin collection. Okay, let's just go over the clues we have. First and foremost, we're trying to get the wolf glove to bloom. And for that we have the wolf glove. So something about the wind and being high on top. That must be the picky. Let's start by actually getting the plant ready. Let's see. We might as well just put it in here because that's where it has to go, I think. Is it not? Somewhere. Ah, there. What does this do? Oh, okay, it brings the entire thing up with us. Okay. Now we just need to figure out how to configure the windows. And to do that, we need to figure out which of the mountains the sea is from, I guess. And then we can do it based on this. And then there's something about the coins down here, I guess? Although I don't quite know what I'm supposed to do with that. Now, we had a letter here from... Ah, I see. So we have the symbol with the goat and a star. Goat and a star. Then we need to find a coin for that. Here. That is... Whitehorn, Switzerland. Which is then... Mount Whitehorn, 40 wind speed. So that means first, second and third floor, and then fourth floor wind speed. Wait, first, third and fourth. Okay. So we go up. And we open the window. Wait, hang on. Is it like both of the what's called blinds that you have to open? Or is it just one? Ah, good thing I checked that, because it would be the left shutter that has to still be shut. And then double open. Okay. Oh, we need to close this one. Then we go up again. This one stays closed. This one we open. And this one we open. That should be... Yeah, there we go. The wolf glove is whistling as well. Due to the kind of like whistle balls and it has in it. The wolf glove grows in Mount Whitehorn, where it's just right. When the wind hits its tubular petals, a howling sound can be heard. Mountaineers are familiar with its flower and use it to navigate on foggy days. Oh, interesting. Gatehouse delivery. Well, up to the gatehouse we go then. I think this is a long way around, or maybe not. I'm quite pleased that they added a sprint button. Yes, sister, I'm so glad to hear you have returned safely from your travels. While you were away, I changed the code for the library door, the door lock, each time I visited. As I know some of Grandma's valuable items are kept in the secret vault. That seems very silly to put this by the gate. The new code for the door is the 3 initials of my name to make it easy for you to remember. I hope we can meet soon. I look forward to hearing about your adventures. Your long sister, Elizabeth. Okay, so we need to find the initials for our sister. We can probably find out on the family tree. Let's see. Elizabeth Ann Green, EAG. EAG. Hang on. Except Green is the maiden name, so it probably would be Hopgood instead. There we go. Let's try. Study is locked. Thank you. Dear Lady Green, thank you kindly for the flower books you sent for my daughters. To this day, they still show an interest in learning more about plants and painting. I'm keen that my daughters have access to a good education, so I hope you don't mind me putting it upon you that you might be able to teach them somehow. Your dedication and knowledge seems so rare and inaccessible elsewhere for young girls like mine. I hope you'll consider my proposal. Sincerest regards, Olive Campbell. Oh, so maybe the story in the game is kind of about how women were kind of rejected from studying plants. Modern methods of teaching. So Arabelle started to kind of figure out how to teach people. Botanical allies. Moon, fish, sun, burp, and rabbit, or hare. The fox and the crow. One evening, a fox was in search of something to eat for dinner. He saw the crow sitting on a tree branch holding a big piece of tasty cheese in her beak. So the fox came up with a plan. He walked up to the crow and complimented her shiny black feathers. The crow was suspicious of the fox and kept her beak tightly closed on the cheese. The fox kept on charming the crow, describing her as the most majestic of all birds with a big strong beak. Oh, what a song the beak must make! It must be the song of a queen. Please, beautiful crow, let me hear it. Flattered by the praise, the crow forgot all about her suspicion and also her dinner. So she opened her beak wide to utter her loudest caw, and down fell the cheese straight into the fox's open mouth. That's a fun little story. Poor crow. Clever fox. Book. Wonders of the Night Sky. I wonder, is it an achievement sitting in old chairs? Mushroom. Oh, we can go up. The hare and the tortoise. At midday, a hare and a tortoise took a walk together. The hare moved quickly and noticed the tortoise struggling to keep up. The hare laughed and challenged the tortoise to a race. The tortoise accepted. Course was decided and the race began. The hare immediately leapt out of sight, but then let down to take a nap, sure that the tortoise would never catch up. The tortoise plodded slowly on, making his way towards the finish line. When the hare woke from his nap, he opened his eyes just in time to see the tortoise crawling slowly across the finish line. The proud hare had been so sure that he would win, and underestimated the tortoise. As the tortoise crossed the finish line, he exclaimed, "Slow and steady wins the race." That's a very familiar story. The one with the fox and the crow I hadn't quite heard before. The rising sun. But the one about the hare and the tortoise, definitely heard about that. Better. New Year's Ball to begin at Somerset Hall. Thursday, 4th of January, 1960. Suppers at 6 o'clock. Good music in attendance. Cousin, wash your hands and accompany me. You won't find a husband at the bottom of the garden. The golden fish. One bright morning, a poor fisherman caught a shimmering golden fish. The fish cried, "Please let me live. I am not a fish, but a prince, enchanted by a wicked spell." So the fisherman let the fish go free. When the fisherman's wife learned of this, she demanded the fish grant a wish in return for its freedom. A cottage instead of the hovel where they lived. So the fisherman returned to the shore, and the fish granted their wish. But the wife was greedy and demanded riches, a palace, and servants. All the while the ocean became darker and the shore was black with dirt. Finally, the wife wished to be so powerful that she could grant wishes for herself. In return for this greedy request, the fish revoked all the wishes it had granted. After that, the ocean became blue again, the shore clean, and the fisherman never saw the golden fish ever again. Moral of the story, don't be greedy. Hang on. I'm still not sure what else we're going to find in the library. Can we do something with these? Oh. Morning and fish. I don't know. An evening. Was this evening or night? Wonders of the night sky. Yeah, I mean, kind of figures. Ow. I don't think we hear anything about the night, but we do hear about hare and the crow. It vibrated violently at me. Okay, so we need to figure out how to open this door. And it has something to do with these. One evening, a fox was in search of something to eat. He saw a crow. So we have the crow. What was this one? At midday, yeah, we do not have midday. And there's only a hair. The sun is rising. But we do have morning and fish. So I don't know, crow, hare, morning, fish. I tried that one already, I think. Wonders of the night sky. But it doesn't appear to have like page numbers on that. Anything out here potentially? Just the things about teaching. What did Elizabeth's letters say? Hang on, do we have a... Just pressing all the buttons here. Let's try and see if we have kind of like a notebook or something for all of the clues we have found. So we don't have to run back and forth. Did she mention anything about the treasury and the secret vault? It does not. Okay. But we haven't found a poem that includes the night, I think. This one is still blocked by a tree. Why do we have a tree inside again? I think I was the one that grew it. Think about teaching, probably not relevant. But there doesn't appear to be any kind of like... Hang on, does it change to night or something? It does not. There's already be like maybe page numbers on this. And then that could kind of help show the order, but that's not the case. Oh, I see now. I see. So in the morning, the fish did something. But then at midday, the hare did something. In the evening, then we had the fox and the crow. And then it's nightfall. Let's see. So this, hare, crow, night. Aha! Sunset 1st of May, red, orange, yellow, pink. Sunset 22nd of May, blue, yellow, pink, orange. Sunset 4th of July, blue, purple, pink, orange. That's probably relevant for something. Do not know what though. Nightfall progress. I have been trying to encourage the nightfall to bloom for a little while now. I'm determined to prove it's more than just a myth. So far, sorry. So far I have deduced that the flowers open at sunset and only during a particular time of year. When exactly that occurs remains a mystery to me. I shall plant a few more seedlings tomorrow and continue my research. Task for this month: monitor the nightfall seedlings, rows, planting list, collect field samples, and seed collection. This is Grandma's research. We have the study, the nightfall seeds. Oh, it even looks a bit like a crescent moon. Sunset paintings, Grandma's research. London Record. A weekly journal of literature, science and art. Does it say anything about the... For the week ending 9th of May. Might be relevant. Lindley appointed chair of botany at University College London after an esteemed early career as assistant secretary at the Horticultural Society and the mission as one of the youngest ever fellows to the Linnean Society. John Lindley plans to elevate the science of botany. He spoke thus in his inaugural lecture. It's been very much the fashion of late years in this country to undervalue the importance of the science and to consider it an amusement for ladies rather than an occupation for the serious thoughts of man. It's absolute bollocks. Lindley also challenged the Linnean classification system and proposed many changes. That's the thing, like, oh, botany is just for women. We're gonna make it science and then not invite the women to it. That's so... why? Ending in 9th of May, though. I do not see a painting for that. So, may not be relevant? Wait, where's the study? Here. Okay. More seeds. The sapphire gloom. Judging by the name, I don't believe this to be an edible mushroom. Oh, sorry, I'm getting tired. I'm yawning. Tree diseases. Red tree pox. If a tree is infected with red tree pox, many small red spots will be visible on the bark. It can easily be cured by adding fertilizer to the soil of the tree. Hypoxylin. Hypoxylin causes black patches to form on the tree, on the bark of the tree. It is usually a sign that the tree is lacking in hydration and won't stay alive for much longer. Tree disease. Root parasites. That sounds lovely. It's a fungus that forms purple rings on the bark and roots. The parasite leaches the nutrients that tree retrieves from the soil. Eventually, it causes the tree to dry out and lose all of its leaves. There's currently no known cure. And it seems like the thing the tree in our main hall is suffering from, so that's not good. Bark rust is a disease that isn't very harmful to the tree. It's usually caused by excess hydration and too much sunlight. What's all this then? Oh. Medics. Meadow Orchids of Britain. My dear friend, I've been pondering these last weeks what could be the best way to see your your remarkable flora reach the wider world, since so seldom we are able to see our work published. Considering your uncle's reputation in the scientific field, have you considered asking him to publish your herbarium under his name? It may not give you the recognition you deserve personally, but it would be a way to reach your goal of adding to the scientific records on botany. Do consider it. I would hate for such important research to stay hidden away. With warmest regards, Anne. Yeah, that feels like that's been the reality of a lot of research throughout history, which really sucks. I recall when I was visiting Cambridge, what's about 2 years ago by now? I went to the, what's it even called? I think it's called the Museum of Computing History, something like that. Just a bit outside of Cambridge. And when I was visiting, it actually happened to have a, like a focus exhibition on women in tech, essentially. And it featured people like Ada Lovelace, for instance, who's basically the mother of modern computing, but was not really recognized back in the day. So yeah, that kind of sucks. And I mean, even nowadays, it's not too unheard of that like we're just kind of now discovering a lot of like female scientists who actually did a lot of stuff, but men just end up taking the recognition from. It really sucks that it has to be that way, apparently. I have some more books from the department that may be of interest for your research. One, I recall, was a favorite of your father's. If you have any trouble when you visit the college, tell the secretary you are collecting materials for your uncle. As long as they return before summer's end, the other professors won't notice. Best of luck with your research, Uncle Theodore. Oh, Uncle's actually helpful. Mushroom food source. Just like plants, fungi need food source to grow strong and healthy. However, some fungi haven't always had access to nutrients through soil and have evolved to retrieve in different ways. This means they have become carnivores because they only acquire the nutrients they need by consuming other living organisms such as flies, bugs, and plants. Some mushrooms even get their nutrients from feeding another type of fungus or parasite. Mushrooms growing on a tree is usually a sign that they are consuming the tree, so they should remove them immediately, although that's apparently not always the case. So, based on this book, I'm kind of thinking that we have that the sapphire, like there's no known cure for the root parasite disease that the tree in our main hall appears to be suffering from. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this definitely appears to be the root parasites. There's no known cure. But apparently fungus that grows on tree could be a sign that it may be carnivorous. Maybe might even be feeding off of the parasites in this case. I also get to that the soil. So we need the sapphire gloom. Mushroom. Oh, that was really just it. But I was right. Oh, look at that. We fixed the tree. The sapphire gloom is a wildly misunderstood mushroom. It grows commonly on trees, and as opposed to popular belief, the mushroom consumes the parasites rather than the tree itself. I mean, if the other books are up to date, like the ones about the root parasite not having cube, that's up to date. We just did some groundbreaking research here. Alright, chat. I'm going to take a short break just to refill something to drink. I will be back in like, I don't know, 5, maybe 10 minutes at most. Make sure to get up and stretch and get something to drink as well, and then I'll be right back. See you in a bit. Alright, we are back. I got some hot chocolate. Hang on, let me just, there we go. Oh, so it's been raining throughout the entire evening here, which I enjoy. But apparently we got quite a lot of slugs outside. And like half an hour or so before we started to stream, my cat was just kind of chilling in the windowsill. And then just kind of like out of the corner of my eye, saw she was just kind of like looking very intently at something. So just kind of like looking at like, what are you looking at? And then I noticed a slug inside on my windowsill, and my cat was just staring at it. Because they climbed in through the window apparently. They had like opened slightly ajar. It was not a huge slug or anything, but still like, yuck. There is Arbella. Hang on, my cat's just looking at something. I do not see any slugs, so it's fine. Dearest Arbella, I was taking a walk along the river in Somerset recently and noticed a sight that I just had to write you about. In the water I saw the brook chalice blooming. I've never seen or heard of it flowering before. None of my books mention it. It was so beautiful. Do you have any idea what could have caused this? Ever your friend, Edith. That's still locked. The trapped fairy painting. It does appear to be trapped in a flower. Cradle fern. Oh, that has some bird eggs in it. Which bird eggs would that be? Let me just double check. Crested owl. Okay, so in the cradle fern we have the crested owl eggs, which is just an interesting note. Let's see. That's some dirt, nightfall, sapphire gloom. What's in here? Up. What's in here? Oh, a bedroom. And some seats for the cradle fern. The past years, these ferns have drastically declined on their banks, so I feel compelled to research any changes in their environment. Okay, hang on. So a clue would be bird eggs, the fern painting, and maybe the letter about the weeds. I don't know. Somerset Society of Wildlife Protection offers a petition to be presented to the Honourable House of Commons. In recent years, hunts have been taking place near the Somerset rivers. Tragically, this has led to the decline and even extinction of some bird species. No longer can we hear the beautiful chime-like calls. We call upon the government to regulate hunting near rivers of Somerset. We ask that you respect the breeding times of wildlife. If you agree, please sign below and return the set to us. No expense attends signing. We have signed this. Sorry. Feeling my throat is about to get a bit parched. Let's get some jockey. Trapped Fairy. A folk tale. Once upon a time, there was a little fairy who loved gazing at her own reflection in the water. He lost track of time, and the day turned into night. Nyx, goddess of night, noticed the little fairy. The moon was shining bright, but the fairy only had eyes for herself. Nyx took offense and decided to punish the little fairy. Just jump down. Nyx placed the fairy into a nightfall and cast a spell on her. She fell in love with the moon and gazed upon the sky all night. As dawn approached and the sun arose, the spell broke. Though just as the fairy awoke from her enchantment, the flower had closed and trapped the fairy for eternity. So the trapped fairy is relevant for the nightfall flower, it would seem. Let's just add these things then. The fairy painting and the fairy story. Okay. Cradle Fern, the petition is relevant. Okay. What's this? Cat! My dear Nova, never forgotten. Oh, cat's gone. Sad. Very cute cat though. Dearest friend, it seems our interest in visiting the private plant collection of Lord Spencer has gone unacknowledged. While disappointing, I'm not sure it is worth pursuing scientific study in such places. On my recent visits to Brinsley, the young man showing us around had barely a basic knowledge of plants, and due to there being a large group of gentlemen in the party, all useful time and education was devoted to them and none given to Constance and I. Let us plan another trip of our own, and perhaps we can see specimens in their home habitats where they belong. Ever your faithful friend, Eliza. It really is a man's world back in the days, unfortunately. What a beat. We can flush the loo. Some pipes. The Bathgazer provides a rapid flow of hot water. Simply turn the tap and instantly hot water will appear. Can be used multiple times in a row without any extra cost. If it's in some, sold planties and manufacturers, in Bristol. Okay. I am... Oh. Seems we have to fix the pipes a bit. I think if we put this here, put that there, this goes here, that goes there, And this goes there, and finally it goes there. Here's a quest to repair the geyser in your bathroom. The cost might seem high, but trust us, it's a complex job best left to the professionals. My ass. Not sure what that did apart from actually flush the loo. So the question is, which plant are we supposed to be planting down here? Oh, what this? Essence of arnic flower? For sprains, drains, and joint pains. That rhymes. Tincture of the red clover. Chamomile red clover seems to soothe hot flushes. Would appear that's our medicine. Oh look, a chamber pot. We have a chamber pot, but the loo is right there. That's funny. Oh, a key to the attic. Hang on. Nope, that does not go for this apparently. Somerset River Trust. I think that might be for that one. We want to make sure you can all enjoy swimming this summer, so we have cleared the most popular rivers in Somerset of all aquatic weeds. The River Cam, the River Chew, and the River Summer have all been cleared of weeds, thanks to the service of Clark's Aquatic Weed Removal Company. Thanks for your continued support. Thanks to your monthly donations, the River of Somerset are clean and weed-free. I feel like that might not be something we want, or maybe it is. I do not know. Health and safety warning. It has been brought to our attention that the factory of Barton Iron Works has been illegally dumping scrap metal in rivers across Somerset. These rivers are now polluted with rust, making them unsafe for swimming. Do not swim in the following rivers: Cam, Summer, and Chew. The River Frome was also affected. The River Frome was also affected different ways, though Otley River is completely clear of rust pollution. We're still researching what led to that effect. Oh. The River Frome. Would that be related to... Rook Chalice, perchance? Hang on. I'm losing track of which plant is which here. Let's see. We can go to the attic. Actually, before we go to the attic, let me just double check my plants and the plants we already have. What's up here though? Oh, there's some bird crit. We need the crested owl. Okay, we do not need that right now. We haven't even planted the thing yet. So that would be the cradle fern, which means the bird calls. The petition is not. Wait, no, the petition is the letter about weeds is not. Alright, we need to plant it though. So plant the cradle fern. I mean, we probably just need to E, C, D, E, G, F. Nope, I did that wrong. Wait, what was it? E, C, D, E, G, F. There we go. DA was not intentional last time, by the way. Oh, look at it. I didn't find all the clues for it, but... Well, maybe I did. The cradle fern is used by the crested owl as nest, and in turn the plant has grown dependent on the owl's chime-like calls to grow. That's an interesting symbiosis. Okay, so none of these are relevant. Maybe the government notice? No? What's the last clue? What's in here? I'm writing to share with you an exciting discovery I have made in the botanical studies. It turns out that some plants are particularly sensitive to sound, and some seem to thrive when exposed to music or melodies from their natural environment. I hope to share more of my findings with you in the near future. I would be delighted if you could come, if you could join me in my research. Okay, let me guess, this is probably the last clue we need for this one. Oh, not the trigger poster. There we go. I mean, even if I already managed to plant it, might as well just fill in the clues just so they do not take up space. We need the lightfall. I'm just confused why the lightfall was here before the sapphire gloom. Okay, the brook chalice. We have to think about the weeds. We have the Bathgazer, the river trust, the government notice, and the river poster. And we need another thing. Oh, what's this? Aquatic weed removal. Do you have a pond? Do you want to swim in it? Is it covered in slimy weeds? We specialize in removing the following weeds: algae, Himalayan balsam, brook chalice, and duckweed. Make an appointment today. Okay, so that must be the last clue then. The seed packet is in the attic. Let's go get that first and foremost. Before we start to figure out what exactly the thing is. Pig. Magic lantern. There's a ton of clues up here I'm not touching right now because I just kind of want to get this one done, and then it's just to kind of keep things a little bit separated. Duck and mallard. Just to keep things a little bit separated so I don't overcomplicate things for myself more than I already have. Alright, so we need to get a pot. Fill some soil in. Plant the brook chalice, add some water. And then we put it in the bathtub. Like so. We already fixed that. Now there's something about the weed removal. They said they could remove the brook chalice and consider it a weed. So, the river throne was also affected by the waste. And I do not believe they removed that. Calm, chew, and summer. Calm, summer, and chew. So, the river throne has an average of 25 degrees Celsius. So my theory here is that the what's it called? I forgot the name of the flower. The brook chalice, something like that. It kind of has to use iron to grow. So it takes the iron waste and uses that to grow. Or it filters it somehow. But since it was removed from the Calm, Summer, and Chew lakes, well, the iron waste affected that. So, therefore, we need to this to 25 and fill the bath. We might need to put something else in as well, maybe. I mean, nothing happened, so clearly we need to do something else. Let's see. 25 Celsius in the river throne. I might be missing something. I want to thank you once again for your invaluable contribution during our recent meadow orchid research expedition. Your keen observations and deep knowledge of orchids was so helpful. Your dedication to the field is an inspiration to us all. I look forward to the future. Collaborations and the continued explorations of the botanical wonders that surrounds us. I would have got word for you with the Botanical Society. Most sincerely, Professor Montag. Okay, let's just check these again. So, the river Frome was not affected by the iron waste, but all the other rivers that were cleared are now affected by it. And they do remove the brook chalice from it. So the question is, do we need to add some iron as well? Well, we can't use that, so we need to flush. Well, that is 25 Celsius. Am I missing something? I mean, it does say I can use it rapidly. Okay, I was just wondering if I had to maybe put some more water in it, but that seems silly. else could it be? Clearly I'm missing something. And I feel like that something might be iron waste of some sort. Moth spawning calendar. Interesting. You have any iron or something up here, maybe? It is a rusty pig. Hang on. Now this becomes all rusty. There we go. It booms. And that's where we're gonna clean the water. Well, it's not cleaning the water. Oh, there we go. Well, we're not gonna be using that bathtub anytime soon, I guess. The brook trout prefers to grow in rivers with a temperature of 25 Celsius. The plants naturally filters the water from rust and metal. Unfortunately, they get removed often, as most people prefer the ponds to be weed-free. Shame. Okay, so the nightfall. I feel like the moth things are relevant. Let's just gather some clues first. Moths of England. What was this? Flower crane companion. Gardening curiosities. Sometimes a moth can become trapped inside a flower bud if it closes in the morning. That sounds very familiar to like the story we heard about Nyx and the fairy. The moth is then forced to use the flower bud as a resting place until it opens again later. Some flowers only bloom for short periods during this year, so if the moth is unlucky, the flower bud won't open again until many months later. Well, that would be unfortunate. Oh, not there. Get a final piece of the clue. The sight of plants. Wait, plants can see. Some scientists have theorized that plants have photoreceptors in their leaves and stems, which allows them to see the color of light. This means that flowers can tell the time of day and know when to open and close their buds. The exact time when the flowers bloom is different for each flower, but most do appear to respond to light and the colors of light in some way. Horticulturists and botanists have made use of this knowledge to trick difficult flowers into blooming at any time they like. That sounds like something we need. Okay, so we would have to plant it there. Wait, where's the seeds? What's this? This month in conversation with Professor Montague, leading expert in British meadow orchids. In his words, every plant, every leaf, and every meadow holds secrets waiting to be unlocked. My aim is simply to uncover some of those mysteries. Professor John Montague, renowned botanist, sheds light on his groundbreaking work in the world of meadow orchids and other botanical wonders. With decades of research and numerous publications to his name, Professor Montague's contributions to for the field have been nothing short of revolutionary, including discoveries of the new species such as the Dactylorisa? Dactylorisa montag or Hootmarsh orchid. I wonder, was he actually the one discovering it, or would it have been his wife, or maybe us? Alright, let's see if we can plant the nightfall. We don't have the seeds for it. Root chalice, nightfall. There. Okay, so we need to put it here. And then we need to figure something else out. This has something to do with the moths. And then turn the colors, I think. It doesn't say anything about which moth it is, right? Okay, let's check here. According to this painting, kind of has like, let's see if we can find similar wings on a moth. The garden tiger moth. If you look at that, look at how the wings and the almost ladybug-like wings curve his thing. That looks very similar to this. Okay. So, what's the name of it again? Garden tiger moth. Let's find that on here. Not in June. Not in July. Not in August. September. October. Did I miss it? Garden tiger moth. There, September. Garden tiger green. Let's see if there's any other. No, doesn't appear so. Green, September. So, green. Well, it would appear that we need some more slides. Hang on. Did I maybe miss it in some other places? Can we find the garden? I think they called it on this one. Emperor 6/7, Popular Hawk. Tiger is only in September. Unless, of course, we need another moth as well. Like we need a combination of moths or something. That's not relevant. Where's the book? Once upon a time there was a little fairy who loved gazing at her own reflection in the water. She lost track of time and the day turned into night. Okay. Next noticed the moon was shining bright, but the fairy only had eyes for herself. Lowered the moon and gazed upon the sky all night. The storm approached, the sun arose and the spell broke. Just as the fairy awoke from her enchantment, the flower had closed and trapped the fairy for eternity. Okay, that didn't help a whole lot, I think. I don't know. No. Is there anything else we can glean from this one? The night. See, what do we have for? I don't know. What's this? I fear the window may be closing for you to find suitable husband. I have arranged a dinner for you to meet my neighbor's son, Edward. He is successful in business in London. Your cousin William and Thomas may well aspire to become accomplished scientists, but for you, Arabella, it's better to make yourself useful in the small duties of life for which you will be loved and appreciated. Your serious nature will no doubt be valued should you have a son, but it would be foolish to allow such folly to become... when hissing. Propose to allow such a folly to come before the important things in life. I'm confident this is what your parents would have wanted. Dinner will be from 5 o'clock on Sunday. Remember to wear a becoming dress. No thanks. Just let me do my passion. There's something about photoreceptors. They might use this knowledge to trick difficult flowers into blooming at any time they like. What am I missing? The sunset paintings. Hang on. Right, I completely forgot about those. September. Green. Wait, what does green mean? Hang on. It doesn't say. But something about September at least. So if we go back into... yeah, and find something in September. May, July, October, April, June, September. Blue, yellow, orange, red. Blue, yellow, orange, red. Let's see. So we put this back. And then we do blue, yellow, orange, and red. There we go. Did it. Pretty. Reminds me a little bit of a orchid of sorts. I think orchid. I don't know. I'm not very good at plants, okay? Seeing the nightfall bloom is a rare event. The flowers only bloom with September sunsets. Night pollinators active in September, such as the garden tiger, often get trapped once the bud closes for the rest of the year. That kind of seems a bit unfair. The pollinator gets trapped to die. That seems a bit unfair towards the pollinators. Okay, I think we'll be getting, yeah, gatehouse delivery. We run. So let's just jump over the railing here, but not this kind of game. Who's riding to us this time, though? Lady Arabella, I apologize wholeheartedly for accidentally taking the keys for the formal garden home with me. It was in my pocket, and I had simply forgotten it was there. I didn't want to disturb your research, so I left the key in the basket here for you, Jimmy. Thanks, Jimmy. Okay, chat, one moment, my cat wants to be let out. Alright, there we go. Also, it's like 3:30 in the morning, the birds are starting to chirp. That's fine. I mean, based on the book, this should be the last chapter, I think. So, let's just... Let's see if we can finish up the game. Wait, this is not towards the formal garden. Was the formal garden over here? Damn it. Hang on. Map. Let's see. Formal gardens is number 13. So technically I am correct. It was just the wrong entrance. We have to go through here. And out here. That should be the gate, I think. Boom. Oh, someone had a nice little picnic here. It was a message. A local man reports mystery signal. A gentleman farmer has reported sightings of mysterious blinking lights coming from caves near his home in Cheddar. In his own words, I was walking my dog and lost track of time a little. It soon became dark and decided to make the walk back home. On the way to my house is a tiny cave, and as I walked by I noticed the blinking light pattern cast from the cave entrance. I was sure it was one of those Morse code messages. Oh no, Morse code. You know, but by the amount of time that Morse code comes up in puzzle games, one would think I knew Morse code by now. When I approached the cave, the light source vanished and nobody was there. I'm convinced that was what I saw. The Morse code abbreviation for attention. I will never forget that one abbreviation, as it was the first message I learned in Morse code. Well, that's fortunate. Local authorities have assured our journalists that there have been no recent military activity or exercise in the area, so the mystery remains unresolved. Sounds like a mystery for us to solve. Let's see. Oh, some seeds. The Fool's Emerald. A friend gave me these seeds, so I don't know much about them. The Marvels of Bioluminescence. Oh, interesting. Yeah, let me just take some hot chocolate. I do not know why my voice is getting all parched today. The Marvel of Bioluminescence. In the darker corners of our world, there are plants and organisms that are able to produce their own light. These plants, fungi, and insects are most often found in areas of low light, such as dark forests, deep oceans, and gloomy caves. Recent discovery shows that chemicals such as the luciferin are responsible for this glowing effect. It is not known what this glowing effect is used for, but it could be for communication with others of the same species or to attract pollinators or food. Scientists believe there are many bioluminescent species waiting to be discovered. Okay, so we're doing something about bioluminescence. Jasmine, poppy, fast glow, Fool's Emerald, luciferin. That was the bioluminescence thing. Daffodil and St. John's wort. Wait, so what's actually going to say about the luciferin? I don't know. Galaxy, how are you doing? Look at him. We are trying to do botany here, and I have no idea what I'm doing. You're tired? I mean, understandable. It is like, what would it be, like 2:30 AM or something like that, so... understandable. The spring dance shrub. Okay, let's see. What clues do we have? Near 2:38, yeah. It's late. Bird. Oh, note. Mr. Bennett, the telegraph you ordered arrived while you were at the farmer's market. They delivered it by boat. I left at the boathouse since I didn't know where you'd like to keep it. There appears to be a Morse code manual inside the case as well. Jimmy. Gonna attack by a door. Oh. Different flower pots. An obsidian flower pot. That sounds fancy. You have me going to bed till 6 though? I have me going to bed until 4 normally, so I kinda get that. Hydrangeas. Beautiful flowers that contain anthocyanin, which is a pigment that can change color depending on the pH level of its environment. The colors can vary between red, purple, and blue. I feel like these are completely different flowers now. This is Morse code related. Sweet Hazel, are you keeping well today? Game's only gone and broken the lawnmower again. If it weren't for my war injury, I wouldn't be letting him loose with the mower. He said to run over some hard object down in the long grass near the pond. I had a brief look and couldn't see anything. Sometimes I wonder about that boy's sensibilities. Save me some lumpy scones. Okay, so there's a broken lawnmower somewhere. Apparently. And we can also go down here. Ooh, pond. Cute. Ah, the boathouse. We do not have the key. What do we need this handle for? I believe it's for the boathouse, right? Yeah, it already has a handle. I don't know. Can't seem to drop it again. Oh, yeah, the painting's like this location here. Nice. So there's something about a flower that uses Morse code. Apparently. We have the Fool's Emerald. Let's see. That seems to be something about the bioluminescence. So plant chemicals. Not relevant. Probably not. It could actually... This one could actually be related to the Morse code. That the bioluminescence of the flower would have been the thing that was blinking in the cave? Maybe? I don't know. What's all this then? Ah, the shortcut. We have some pH values here. That's for the hydrogeous plant thingy. Near the screen, I've recently heard of your involvement in the mentoring of aspiring botanists. Botany is a field that demands a thorough understanding of its complexities, and while I admire your dedication to the saying, the blind leading the blind, does come to mind. All due aside, I do hope your endeavors in mentoring will yield some semblance of progress. Sincerely, Professor Thornton. Not sure whether I should be upset about that or not. What's this? Mr. Bennett, thank you so much for the lovely bunch of fruit bark from your nephew's garden. Need not have sent anything in return for the herbal poultice I gave him for his little one, but I'm grateful all the same. I know he hasn't the money to fetch the doctor. Since you said he cannot read a note, please send him my thanks when you see him. Faithful yours, Hazel. Wait? Some bird seeds and thing for birds. The highest quality. Let's attracts a host of garden birds such as bluebirds, finches, robins, and warblers, with the seeds prepared at the highest quality levels. Supplies simply spread the seeds on an appropriate bird table or feeding surface and observe the delight of your fettered garden neighbors. Like that, I see. Why? I mean, apart from feeding the birds. Okay, so there's apparently a plant thingy here. Just like bees, birds can pollinate flowers. But did you know that birds have a preference to pollinate flowers of certain colors? The above chart shows which colors the flowers attract which birds in your garden. Okay. I do not really know what to do with this information. But that's the boathouse key apparently. So we need to grow a flower here. Although I'm not quite certain which one. There is also something about a Morse code flower. Presumably down by the boathouse. And we finally got the key for that, so... Open sesame. What's this? Duck. Actually, for once it's a goose. First dog I found I called a goose. Oh, a telegraph. I have no idea where to put this table, I guess. It's standard phonograph. Aha. An oscillate. What's all this? Collect 3 tokens. I've also been playing a game. Shuffle the food cards and place the stack face down center of the game board. Place the food tokens around the food cards on the board. Place the animals on the start tile. Players choose the animal by rolling the die. The highest roll chooses first. Take turns to roll the die and move your animal along the woodland path. The highest roller goes first. If you land on a food tile, you may pick up a food card. If your animal matches the card, you can collect the tokens specified on the food card. If you land on a grey squirrel tile, there was something about grey squirrels earlier. It steals all of your food tokens, and they must return to the board. The player who has the most food tokens in their nest at the end of the game is the winner. Woodland cards, rabbit, wood mouse, red squirrel. Field cards, red squirrel. Animal cards, hedgehog, mole. Meadow cards, rabbit, wood mouse, and mole. There was a note earlier about some people importing grey squirrels, and for some reason they were wondering why they did not see any red squirrels anymore. Maybe because it's a lot of food. Rabbits live in many habitats and they burrow underground. They come above ground to graze in the morning and evening. Hedgehogs are protected from predators by their coat of needles. They live in burrows in both field and woodland habitat. Fun fact, hedgehogs are actually super soft when they're not trying to impale you, of course, but as a kid I actually had the chance to pet a hedgehog. It was very, very soft. The North American grey squirrel is larger than the red and with smaller ears. It forages food but can also digest some seeds straight away. Red squirrels live in nests high up in the trees. They sometimes forage food back to the nest to keep for later. Wood mice are very small and live in woodlands, but also many other habitats including fields, parks, meadows and gardens. Mole lives on the ground and have poor vision. They find food and mates using the sense of smell and touch. Honestly, I have absolutely no idea what any of this information is useful for, but oh well. Maybe something about how seeds are spread? I don't know. How weeds spread. Weeds can take over an area quite rapidly. Some weeds are adapted in order to spread the seeds as far away as possible. The plant itself does not have much control over this, but trust nature to lend a hand. Sorry, to lend a helping hand. It's getting late. Wood acorns and goosegrass. The seeds with a hook designed to attach to the fur of passing animals. They're then carried and dropped up to several miles away. Okay, so yeah, a squirrel, for instance, or a mouse, we would then hook onto... Yeah, that makes sense. Dandelions have seeds with an attached feathery puff that allows them to simply be carried by the wind to a faraway location. Other plants, such as lord and ladies, wrap their seeds in an attractive berry, which birds consume and then later deposit as waste a greater distance away. A final, more mysterious example is the seed of the ocelot. We found that seed here. It is known to be picked up by critters who then take it back to their nest. As soon as the animal goes to sleep, the seed sprouts into bloom. It is not quite understood how the plant is able to detect when the creature is asleep. So the ocelot is known to be picked up by critters who then take it back to their nest. And as soon as the animal goes to sleep, the seed sprouts into bloom. So we need to first of all figure out potentially board game rules might be useful here. We need to figure out how to make, I don't know, maybe a squirrel fall asleep. I do not know. Doesn't make much sense. Fish. Animal husbandry and rehabilitation. For all work with animals, domesticated and wild. This might be helpful. Animal heartbeat rates given in beats per minute. Domestic animals awake as oh! So the beats per minute, like the heartbeats per minute might be what causes the plants to grow then. Now we just need to figure out which animal it is. Let's start by putting the heartbeat. Okay, but we might as well just start planting the thing. Soil, the ocelot, water. Did not like the water. I do not know. Then we place it here. And then we have to figure out which animal would carry it. And I wonder, does this say anything? Fruit cards, acorn, worm, field, meadow, woodland. Hang on. Could this then be something about where the plant grows? So for instance, if it's a field, then it would have to be the red squirrel, maybe? It is known to be picked up by critters who then take it back to their nest. Could very well be squirrels, but I feel like that's a unfound assumption right now. Thank you for your order. As discussed. Hang on. As discussed, we'll write again in the coming months to inform you the delivery date of the school supplies. School supplies? We have bought some classroom desks with chairs. 10 of those, some notebooks. Are we maybe about to start a teaching career or something? We live in this high up, squirrels do. Yeah. Underground burrows. I think, is this a literary thing? Because I mean, in this book over here, it says it is known to be picked up by critters who then take it back to their nest, specifically nest. And here it just says they live underground. Just that they they exist. Very specifically mentioned the nest here. And burrows. That makes me wonder, is it the squirrel? Just by being very literally. In that, if it is a squirrel, then we would need 120 beats per minute. Hang on. Let me just... Yeah, the playing cards apparently do something. Anyway. So we need 120 beats per minute. Let's see. That's 50. So that's not what we need. 120. Meadow Bliss. Could very well be it. Let's see. It was correct. We did it. The oscillate seed is picked up by small animals such as the red squirrel, who then stores it inside their nest. Once the animal falls asleep, the oscillate depends up on the heartbeat vibrations to break open and bloom. Now, I'm not quite certain whether my logic for solving that puzzle was actually sound. It just kind of seemed like the only thing it could lead to conclusion that it mentioned, oh, some animals take it to their nest, and then it only mentioned a nest for the squirrels, but I don't know. Alright, let's see. Hang on. I forgot something. I do not know where we need it. I don't think we need it in here. The telegraph. So we might as well just bring it back up here. Because it's just quite a trip to go back down here, actually. So... Alright. I guess possible we just put it somewhere here? There. Alright. Now, what else do we have? We have the Fool's Emerald. The Spring Dance Shrub, oh, that's it, apparently. The flowering brush used to grow in the gardens, but have completely disappeared when I was off on my travels. Let's see. Let's start by looking at the clues again to see if we can find anything. What's this? Cats. I was delighted after a recent mentoring session. You do excellent work as a fellow scholar of the natural world. I recall the spring dance shrub, speaking of spring dance shrub, that once grew in your garden before you departed on your travels. How wonderful it would be to see it growing again. I have been compiling plant specimens that require pollination to mature into the adult stage. I wonder if the spring dance shrub is one of these plants? Okay, so that suggests it needs to be pollinated by birds. Therefore, everything related to birds, we might as well just add to this. Okay. And this one is related to the Fool's Emerald with the Luciferin. Which makes me wonder if everything related to the Telegraph is related to this. News article. Now, the Hydrangeas, I'm not sure which one that fits though. Yes, I do not see anything called the Hydrangeas in here. Alright, let's look for more clues. There were some clues around the corner here. What was this? That was just about the handle. That's the military coats. Don't need that right now. Hydrangeas are beautiful flowers that contain anthocyanin. Do we have that here? We have guano. Colors can vary between wet purple and blue. Okay. Not helpful, I think. Hmm. Kind of feels like there's not a flower that I just haven't heard about. Oh look, bird house. Wait, what kind of bird is this actually? Red head, black wings, white chest. I do not know my birds. Let's see, which bird is it? That would be a robin. So, red flowers. Wait, hang on, what was the point of this? Just like bees, birds can pollinate flowers, but did you know that birds have preference to pollinate flowers of certain colors? Okay, so presumably it's a robin we have. It would prefer to pollinate the red flower. Now, I kind of feel like the robin is there for a reason. And not just any kind of random bird. What's this? Alright, that's the way back. Oh, that's... Hang on. The anthocyanins research, that was what they mentioned in the hydrangeas as well. That means we need the pot catalog, we need the soil pH, and we need the pigment research. There we go. Now you need to figure out what all this means. I need to put this somewhere else. Perfect. I have no idea what that is. Handle of some sort. Okay, so presumably... was the hydrangeas thing again? I mean, if you go by the robin, it has to be a red flower. But... let's see, did this card say anything? Doesn't mention anything about the color. Neither does that. That's about the other plant. I'm just trying to see if we have like anything. I don't think there is anything that mentions the color of the shrub, but unless I'm kind of misunderstanding, isn't that the pH value kind of changes the color of the flower? Hang on. Or was it red, blue, and purple, I believe? Let's just try something then. So it's just for science. If we do blue, that would be a pH of 0 to 3. Which means we would need granite and peat. I'm just checking some things here. If we do... which one's granite? This one? Oh. Need to fill it with dirt. Oh, hang on. Where do I put this pot away? Oh. Oh, we need the handle. There. So if we fill this, then dirt, then the spring down shrub, some water. Now it is white. If we add some peat to it, then what happens? Then what happens? Then it turns blue. Okay. Now we have a robin in. Can I put this somewhere? So we have a robin. Robin wants red. So if we can turn the flower red, then the robin should be interested. So that's 12 to 14. So we need a sandstone seaweed. Okay. Let's go make that then. The reason I didn't just check with red to begin with. Wait. What was sandstone again? That one. This is marble. Okay. The reason I didn't just check with red to begin with is because I just kind of want to see could it even change into becoming another color than that. Because that would mean that if it was a different kind of bird, then that bird could be interested in it. So it didn't necessarily have to be red, but it just so happens that we have the robin, therefore we need a red plant. Seaweed. Given a pH value of 13. Oh, that's definitely red. So we put that over here. Pop. Now, how do we get the robin over here? We have this thing. I mean, I noticed when I walk through the garden that we have these hanging thingies. Oh, it does not like proximity. If we do something like this... hang that there? Okay. They just kind of have to juggle it around, I guess. Do not get spooked, little bird. Be able to get here without startling it. However, I do not think we can move down that staircase, but we can just go down here then. Then we pick this up. And is this the next one? It is. Good. Love how we're kind of playing hide and seek almost with a bird. It's kind of cute. The next one might be over here, I think? Yeah. Yoink. Oh, I do not think we can move past there. We might be able to sneak past over here. Good. Is that it? No, there's another hook in there. Okay. Pick this up and we put it there. Aha! It has pollinated the plant. Oh, that's a very lovely plant. Oh! We're getting a lot of robins. The spring dance shrub contains anthocyanins, causing it to change color depending on the pH levels of its environment. Robins love red flowers and will be attracted to the red variant of the shrub. Okay. Now, I just saw that we needed to use handle on the fountain thingy in here, I think. So if we do this... That's nice. Oh? Lily pads. Finally, we would need... I believe it's the Fool's Emerald. And I get a feeling that it's in here. Because it did mention something about a cave. Indeed. And then we need this. The farmer, sorry. Sorry. The farmer in this one mentioned attention. Yeah, the most could call... Wait, hang on. The Morse code abbreviation for attention. So we don't have to actually spell attention, we need to find the abbreviation for it, which we can probably find in the military thingy, yeah. Attention is KA. Okay. Now, let's see. Hang on. Let me just, for the sake of completion, do this. So, we do... Ah. I did do just KA. I just kind of thought I actually messed up the K. But I did not. Look how beautiful. Oh, this... It kind of looks like eyes, which is kind of terrifying. The Fool's Emerald is the wine that contains luciferin, which allows us to create light. They grow in caves where they use the light to communicate with each other, very much like Morse code. But yeah, like I was trying to do, well, K, which is dash dot dash, and then A, which is just dot dash. So I did like dash dot. I thought I had messed it up there with the K with the dash again. And then I tried to just straight up do the K once so. So yeah. Alright, we go to the gatehouse. Or wait, hang on. Where's the exit? Is it down here? Hang on, I need the map. Where even am I? Okay, it would be from the garden and not the bird garden. Okay, so... Out here somewhere? Down here maybe? Well, that's the boathouse. I keep getting lost. Oh, it's this way. Okay, yeah. I go up here. Then up here, and then there should be... There. Yeah. Alright. I am not very good at reading maps. Look at the gatehouse. I apologize wholeheartedly for the accident of taking the key to the formal garden. Oh wait, that's nothing new. What's in the mailbox? Oh, we're sending it to the publisher. Well, Godspeed. Let's hope they take our research. Game by Balloon Studios. It's a very nice small games. I don't think the puzzles are too hard. I think, if anything, the hardest part about the puzzles is that they kind of give you like 2 or 3 different plants to work on at the same time. You kind of have to figure out, wait, which clue belongs to which plant. And even more so remembering where was the clue, because you don't have a quick access to view the clues. At least not that I could find. Maybe it is there. But other than that, I don't think the puzzles were not very hard or anything, which I don't necessarily think is not a bad thing. But it's kind of nice and just chill, just kind of like walk around this garden, just solve these small puzzles. Very chill. I liked it. It wasn't hardcore puzzles, I can always do Stokers. No? What's this? 1 year later. The door is locked. Green School of Botany, a ceremonial key. In the Women's Education Union, on occasion of opening the Green School of Botany. We made our own school! Of botany, of all things. I mean, not surprising. And the herbarium, that's a book! It has been printed into multiple books that we can teach our students about. Forgotten Flora, lesson 1. Air purifying flowers, the windmill word. That was the one we had in the beginning. Liza, Jessica, Catherine, Ada, Mary, and Thomasina. I feel like Eliza was one of the names we stumbled upon. My dear Nora, I'm terribly sorry. Your baron didn't get picked up. Wait. Flora, not Nora. My dear Flora, I'm terribly sorry your baron didn't get picked up for publishing. Though I am most excited about your new plans to turn Botany Manor into a botanical academy. I look forward to visiting the school and meeting the talented students you have taken under your wing. Let's hope they carry on our fight. Lots of love, Elizabeth. Yes, April, I hope you don't mind me still calling you by your childhood pet name. Oh, that's kind of cute. Forgotten Flower Herbarium. Let's put that on the lectern. Oh, that actually ended things. I kind of want to explore a bit further. Oh well. The end. I guess we got a slightly bittersweet ending. Like, we did not get the book published as we wanted to. Well, you can choose a different channel if you want to do a puzzle again. That's nice. But yeah, like, we wanted to get a book published, of course, and be taken serious within the field of botanical science. But of course, it being 1890 and the world being shite as it was, science's world was filled with men who were like, nah, women can't do science, which is silly and stupid. But hey, on the bright side of the story, we managed to open up a school and just say, you know what, we'll just do it ourselves then. And we did apparently come out with a lot of groundbreaking, what's it called? A lot of groundbreaking research. So that's pretty cool. Let's just hope nobody decides to take the credit for any of the research we did. But it's a nice little game. Hang on. Just switch back to the just chatting scene. Alright, and put me in the middle. There we go. Alright. So I just kind of wanted to take a little break from called Keeper, because I honestly, I kind of feel slightly burnt out on it, I guess. We might stream it next time, I do not know. Speaking of next time, if you want, you can go ahead and follow me on my social media, which would be, hang on, I typed that wrong, socials, there we go, which would be arazeena.bsky.social on Blue Sky. I need to see if I can shorten that somehow. I am also on Twitter, although I don't really use it anymore, but that would be Lady Arazeena. I also do have a YouTube channel called Arazeena on YouTube, which is probably a very huge surprise that it's just called Arazeena, where I'm actually at the moment uploading my Resident Evil playthroughs, and hopefully I will also get the Bloodborne playthrough up on it. A bit uncertain due to some issues I had with the recording, so I'll see if I can salvage it. Maybe not. We'll see. In any case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, day, whatever time zone it is, and thanks so much for hanging out with me. May the moon's blessing be upon you. Bye bye.